Guys, I'm in the depths. I hit max loss, sadly. So I'll be taking it easy the rest of this pre-market. There's two things. One, although the size that I used was not terrible size. Second, the stupid DAS platform that keeps making me restart it to take a trade. Somehow my orders are not connected to an account on the first trade. And so I have to like log out, log back in for it to work. My hotkeys are programmed to my account number, so it doesn't make any sense that it doesn't work right away. But I think in me looking away and doing that, you know, I could have had a much better gauge on the stock and where the pullback should be. You know, I ended up buying this dip way too high. In hindsight, it's like a terrible trade. And I got blazed. Even with somewhat smaller size, I'm down $400 in the first two trades of the day at 7 a.m. Quite miserable to start the day like this. Now, in the grand scheme of things, $400 is a scratch trade, but still, I had no intentions of even seeing any red here to start. So, a little bit of frustration. But, you know, if something else comes up, that's good. We'll see. What I thought was happening here was a small baby pullback for this to continue as a green candle and us potentially get 2 or 3 green candles in a row right here, going up to maybe 6 and 7. But I was not right at all. The actual pullback came down to 68. And I was in at 450. Got cooked. Can't afford to be down more than like 500 to start the open. So we got to keep it tight, and if we can get some small gains here and there to add up, that could be pretty good. There's NA, which, you know, it's a little bit more pricey at $20. IMUX, which came up earlier, sold off. $22.41, the highest for NA. It looks like this might be a false breakout. So next thing is, you know, I needed to stick to my absolute starter size there, not use the size I used. That's the next thing. I jumped in 600 shares rather than taking 80 shares, which is protocol for the first trade, just in case this happens. So at the end of the day, despite having to restart the DAS, still got to take the blame. Still got to take the blame. Honestly, I mean, I&M, it hasn't really sold off per se, but I'm really looking for something that's just spiking up aggressively. And so if we're not making a new high of day, I'm not really interested in trading the range. Nah, if someone else is red, that doesn't make me feel anything, man. In fact, it might make me feel worse. NA, 2230s. Now, this is a stock that could be pretty interesting, right? I want to see the people winning. Not like the guy. Well, not even a guy. There's a couple of people who, they were getting at the mighty for having a green day, but then posting like a red thumbnail. This stuff is so funny. 23. Okay, okay. I'm gonna try the starter here. Can we keep going? Is it worth it with size? Is the real question here. $24.30, $24.60. Is that a bid I just saw? It's hard to tell. Damn it. It looks like that was a bid. I don't know why I couldn't read that. What was that? I could have been back in. So 25 now for a new high, almost. Shoots. Dip, dips, please, dip. There's another bid. Someone is just like on walking up the ladder. Son. Now, see, I should have chased it, and now it feels a little too extended to chase. See, I was asking if that's a bid, right? I'm asking myself, but I couldn't, for some reason, see down on the tape, down on the level two. I think it might have been like 9 or 12, 11,000 shares, maybe. 50. It seems like it's slowing down. I'm a little disappointed here. Not good. This is a pretty big move. 22 to 30. It definitely seems like it's slowing down a bit, but it's still making a new high. Not really seeing dips. It's kind of just holding and going. Yeah. Definitely a bit of a chasing type of move here. Not even seeing the baby pullbacks. So the first red candle will probably mean that it's finished. The first red candle will be backside more than likely. And they're selling here. What's it going to be? If it doesn't clear 33, then that's it. Looks like that might be it. The stock did move last year at some point. Definitely looks like it's a little early to say, but the uptrending move looks like it might be over. I'd be surprised if it makes new highs and goes to 35, 40. That place where the bid came in, it's like, and I'm a little red, but the place where that bid came in would have been the place for me to use some size, but I'm cooked. The first one was like 11,000 shares, and then I think there might have been like a 25,000 share bid somewhere, and maybe even bigger somewhere else. It's like they weren't right on they weren't at the top, they were like a little lower, and it's fluctuating and then not showing. So sometimes this is where the level 2 can be a little problematic. Maybe where the ladder might have an advantage is that order is disappearing, and maybe I need to have more depth. Like I can put more levels in my level 2 and like make the list longer because I'm only seeing like the first like 8 price points, which it's not really that much. So if the order comes lower, I'm not going to see anything. Not until it comes down to that exact price. But if it keeps going up, then it's like you might have seen something, but then it's not there, so you're not super sure. BCTX making a small push. And A. It's all it wrote. BCTX doesn't really look that good yet. I only took like 2 or 3 trades, and then I hit max loss on the other one. I would prefer not to be down more than a couple hundred to start, but it's fine. FOMO is what got me, right? Jumping in, thinking we're seeing a baby pullback, and not sticking to the starter size. Having to log out and log back in didn't help either, but so on the sidelines, unless this one goes again, honestly, I'm not interested in the range. Maybe it does hold up, but I only want the uptrend. I think there's just too much downside risk if it's to break down. We can easily pull back to like 25 or so. I was attempting to take a starter there, but I'll wait. It's still early. Can we hold? I'm chasing it a little bit here. It looks like it's holding up. Are we? Starter again. Big level here. Ah. And I'm not getting the fill. Okay. That's not what we want. We want it to keep going. So I'm only interested in the uptrend. The uptrend, there's no uptrend there. That's just a false breakout, really. And 33, 32.99. Well, that wasn't a bad entry. Then I added a 33.90, which is a way late add, but should have been good anyways. 34, we got to like 34.70s. So we're up maybe like 160 unrealized. I wasn't looking to sell that position early. I had what, 380 shares. I was looking to just hold that to like 36. But it's back to the depths. Back to the depths. The candlestick is about to close here. NA, what is it going to be? Looks like there's not much here so far into the new candle, so back on the sidelines. I was supposed to respond to all my DMs here last night. INM, unless it makes a new high. I don't know. I don't know if I want to trust it. I could take a starter here, but that's all I'll take is a starter. Nothing else really hitting the scans yet. For those of you watching on YouTube, feel free to hit that thumbs up. Yesterday I was thinking about how soft I traded, right? Like, even after getting green, I could have definitely stuck around some more. Like, even during the closing of the live stream, there was a big move, and I was just there, like, shutting it down. So I think, especially being that it's been a slow year, maybe I'll need to put forward some more energy when there is good moves. Not not necessarily like size per se, but like just sticking around longer, seeing if something else comes up. Sometimes there's sympathy stocks. Maybe the same stocks ends up doing a red to green. I think on those days it'll be worth it. I don't think I can do it every day right now because I guess I'm just not in the same space that I was in, back a couple of years ago, which is that in the beginning of my career as a trader, I could sit there all day. It doesn't matter if something is moving or not. I could sit there, and I did. I sat from I think about 8:30 to 5 p.m. every day for the first few years, and now I just can't do that, man. It's I don't know, when nothing is moving, it's a little tough. So INM, I'll take the starter here if it keeps holding up. When there's nothing moving nowadays, it's like being here is tough, man. Do we have what it takes to get over 5? INM. Okay, I mean, this is so far so good. We actually had a high of 90. Are we still chopping around though? Because if we're not going to open up, I want to wait. So I'll stick to the smaller size here for a little more. Maybe until we get to like 530. Time. Okay. Time looks good. But we gotta hold up these levels though. Like if we can close above 5, that starts to look really good. Are we going to see something here? It's just twice now at 508, 507. Time. Time looks good. So will we be able to clear that level? Okay. 79. This will be interesting. If it's good, it'll be fun too, but it needs to give that move when the time is right. See, with size, we can get back to green on a stock like this in one trade, no problem. But it needs to be strong and hold up its levels. So I'm gonna take the starter again here and kind of just watch and see how it does. I'm gonna add some more. Only small size here though. Will we be able to curl up from this? Cutting it for a $20 loss or $15 loss. A little too low for my liking. So now we're back into the territory of consolidation. Again, I'm only interested in if it's gonna go up, right? If we're not like trending up for a couple of consecutive candles here, then for me there's no need to be trading this. I'm not interested in the range. Some people are. There will be opportunities, but I'll be waiting. So we got above the new high, the previous high, and then basically double top. We didn't really see much. We had 90 and we got to 507. 17 cents, but typically if our candles are closing, we want to hold up here and then see a new high. Instead, we held up and now we're seeing a retracement. How about NA? $10 till the hour. 10 minutes. By the way, there's the guy from Friday who won the chat room thing. I actually forgot to mention it yesterday. Man, what was his name? So bad. So I was mentioning for him to message me in the chat room. I never got the message, I don't think. We gotta try and hook him up. Well, so we didn't get to 500 likes, we got to 400 likes. Yeah, Ellis, there we go. Ellis, if you're here, man, we can hook it up. They're saying Ross got 20K on it. That's what I saw in the chat room there. On NA. Yeah, Ellis, if you're here, let me write it down. Ellis is out. Ellis is sleeping on this subscription, man. It's the greatest chat room in the world right here. So many profitable traders in one area. Something you never see. You got the general chat room members. You have students who are doing well, and then you also have the team house guys. Which broker do I use? I'm using Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab. Maybe the day will come where I have my own broker. Although that would take a lot for sure. A lot of capital and a lot of funding. $480 again for INM. I'm a little skeptical, but you know, the setup still looks good. We'll see if it's able to go. Okay, maybe I should watch some of these pullbacks because that one actually held up nicely. Okay. Throwing out a starter position. Let's see if it continues here. Can this go to 6 and then 7 and then 8? Like one of those hot pre-market stocks that we'll see. Or is this one going to be a new high by 10 cents again and then that's it? New high by 10 cents. So there is no uptrend. That's fine. There's no uptrend. So the trade is coming off the lows. Okay, cool. Which is typically why I would only like a stock that is now moving up. Like once there's some of this stuff here, like this, it's already too late, right? we're not really seeing a lot of continuation. So the dips are the only entries here. The uptrend does not exist. I got 100 shares at 96. Just to see what it does here. We do have a bit of a wick on our candlestick, so if it doesn't hold up, I'll be back out. We had a high of 540. It's 8 a.m. Watching to see if we'll get a double bottom in this area, but again, I'm using really small size here. Nothing much with size, just like 100 shares, 150 shares. If we make it, okay, that's all I need to see there. I got a bit of a new low, so I'm out. So back on the sidelines until something else. NKTR perhaps. Another $20 stock. 50-cent spreads. NKTR, are we on to something? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna lose $100 with my 80 shares. Okay, that was not the type of loss I need. Maybe I stay away from that one. From 25 down to 23. Oh my gosh, man. I need a new back. I need back replacement surgery. And I'm this young. Okay, NKTR, you can go without me. Honestly, the way how I feel, it's like it's just time to wait for the open at this rate. It's 8 a.m. Another hour 30. I despise starting red in pre-market. It's like it's even worse than starting red in the open. What I was going to do, wasn't going to start live stream at all, but I'm like, you know what? Because yesterday we already didn't do it early. Like I'll just fire it up. I was gonna go back to bed and wait till the open. TRIB 103 for highs. This is around 8 a.m. 8:02. Okay, I think NKTR was also hitting at the same time. Not bad, 60 cents to 103 in 2 minutes, but back down though. My biggest position so far pre-market has been like 3,500 shares. I think on like an $8 stock or something. A little risky. We did make, I think, like 1,200 in the trade or 800. There was a trade where we made 1,200. I think that was like on, well, I can't remember the day, but I don't mind putting out size if something is good. But if we're not really seeing something, we still lost on relatively small size. TRIB. That one is still not out of the woods yet. TRIB. I think I will be back at the open, and it's 8 a.m. right now. Will we see something else? You know what? The conclusion that I'm coming to as to why I can't stay here is the fatigue on my body. As even though as young as I am, right? It's like when I go off screen, I gotta take like a 3 minute like sit down. It's so bad, and then I can't sit down for too long either. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. The yoga class has to come and has to come soon. I have sciatica, so when I sit down, and it's like pretty bad. When I sit down, both my legs are on fire. So then I stand, which is why like right now I'm standing, right? I have a standing desk. Standing is good, and then after like a couple minutes, it's like my right lower back starts to then just goes to the depths. Then I start leaning on the desk like this, and all sorts of different posture, and then it's like, okay, I gotta sit down again. Yeah, my core. I think a little bit of all. I The conclusion that I came to is that at one point in my life, I slept on an air mattress, which would somehow air down like in the middle of the night, and I'd wake up like a macaroni, right? Like this. I think that's what did it to me. That's what sent me into oblivion. I had to think back about that a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, man, like how did this happen? But it's the kind of thing that you don't really notice until it like, it slowly progresses and then but it's mind over matter, right? Mind over matter at the end of the day. This is where the money is, so this is where we need to be, right? Even if we have to be standing outside in the heat or in the snow. So we have INM, NA, TRIB, and NKTR, the top stocks, top four stocks. TRIB perking up a little bit. It looks like it's still having some trouble though. I don't love what I'm seeing. Like I just saw 87 and then 83 like instantly. The upside potential seems as great as the downside risk. There is a bit though. How well is it gonna hold up? There's now a seller. Seller getting bought up, not bad. This could get over $1. We might be failing here. Okay. It's fighting for its life. We got as low as 85, which is kind of low. Wouldn't really want to see below 86. Yeah, for me, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of continuation moves pre-market in terms of like getting a real uptrend after the first one. There's opportunities if you're watching at the pullbacks early. There's a bounce into the high of the range, but in terms of breaking out of the range again and giving a new move, it doesn't really happen. It seems like there's like a massive consolidation here, but once we get above the range, nothing happens but like a quick rejection. So these trades are really not worth it. The probability is what really it comes down to, right? If it doesn't happen that often, it doesn't make sense. If it happens, 2 out of every 10 times, it's not worth the trades. So I definitely still need to be here more, because you know that's where I'd have the confidence to then trade the pullbacks and the consolidations. We haven't really seen Christmas trees today, surprisingly, from the four stocks. None of them went up and then just, went straight down, which seems to happen at least half the times, which is why I don't even look at this. I mean, so it's an interesting day here, right? Usually when this red candle here comes, the stock then goes back down like this. And then we never see it again for months till next year. It's up again with breaking news. CURR from a few days ago, moving up a little bit. Yeah, Skull, I agree with that, man. Large caps is the way to go, but I don't think neglecting small cap would make sense. Um, because large cap, you don't really have to do too much. Well, depending on what you're looking for, what strategy you're trading. But for me, it's more so longer swings. So once you get the entry, like the beautiful tariff dip that came, it's just a matter of just sitting and then waiting. Sitting and waiting. It is impressive though. I mean, what we do here is all also impressive, but it's impressive in a different way. That all you have to do is just, and not to make it sound easy or simple, because it's not, and a lot of people lose money investing the whole nine. But strong companies at a discount. Look at Nvidia, right? And hindsight, of course, will make things seem simple, but in those times we were buying, right? Um, a lot of these stocks held up and or let's say bottomed out and then curled up nicely. You don't really expect companies that big to be able to do 100%, 50%, etc. And they're doing it, and making it look effortless. ONMD, another penny stock. I'm still holding Tesla shares from 262. We'll see, it's not the full amount that I had, of course, but we'll see how well it does after a couple more months with the robo taxi, influencing on the earnings. Or maybe even till next year, right? Maybe more than likely mid next year. It's like people are buying for the future, buying for tomorrow. Also, how did Uber and Lyft do, right? I'm actually curious here. I didn't check it. Uber. It's still Uber's doing holding up nicely. 65 cents for ONMD. Am I underestimating this one? I guess it would really take time. It's probably still too early for those companies to be affected. It's like what if Tesla just come out with their own version of Uber, right? Like which is what they're intending to do with the robo taxi, but in terms of like having it be an app or something. Instead of logging into Uber or Lyft, you just log into the Tesla taxi or something, whatever they call it. It is crazy to see this stuff, though. I mean, I did see it with the Waymo, being at a restaurant and then three guys jumping out of the car, nobody's driving. Some crazy stuff. Don't really see that type of thing in New York City as much, but some of the other states, as ONMD is pulling back. TRIP. Yeah, you'd think some of these other companies would have some trouble, at least a little bit of trouble. Also, what does it do to people who rely on, over time, of course, over years, the people who rely on like chauffeur services and are just making extra cash from Uber or Lyft. I know some people actually do those jobs full time too. I met a couple of people who said they were making decent money, but they're like doing crazy hours, of course. A lot of the times they also cut out like these companies could be more profitable, but they cut them out too, which is people will be people, so it's all good. I was paying like $150 one time to go to Pennsylvania, and the guy after like 5 minutes into the ride, he's like, I'm gonna just cancel this ride and you can pay me cash. I was like, yeah, I don't mind, and that's what we did, right? And I actually had cash on me that day too. So I was like, yeah, no problem, man. I'm like, but the way how it looked, it's like there's no way that they didn't realize that that's what he was doing, you know? But I get that again, it could still make sense because there was like four other people who saw how far it was and just canceled the ride before picking me up. But it's a little more suspicious to pick someone up and then 5 minutes in, just like okay. Especially if the GPS is not showing him returning to my location where he got me. It's like, yeah, this guy pulled a fast one. I could be in trouble. Yeah, yeah, okay. I can't be in trouble for that, man. If anything, I was coerced. You see, I'm pretty raw, man, and I'm pretty real and transparent. Like I would say that anywhere. I wouldn't care. The pastor is a little too rough around the edges to care about something like that. You know, I didn't force him to cancel this ride and then ask me to pay cash, right? This is his doing. His own free will. The Uber and the Lyfts. But they would be foolish themselves to know that to think that that's not happening, right? That's just what it is. That's what business is. There's going to be slippage, right? That's what they call it, slippage. We have our own version of slippage here too. If you're now tuning into the stream, I went red. I went max loss red in my first two trades at 7:01 a.m. So right now I'm kind of just taking it easy. The best move that we had, I think, was NA. Well, we do have some of these penny stocks, you know, trying. I don't know. I still prefer to trade stocks above $1 in pre-market. After the open, I don't mind, but in pre-market, it's I don't know. Haven't had a great experience with these cheaper ones. Haven't had a great experience. Not a ton really hitting the scans right now. Here's the gap scan on the left hand side. NA, NKTR, INM, and IBO. IBIO. The top stocks here today. They're 65, 62, back to 65. It's holding up well so far over that last high. That's how we react to a 34,000 share seller. Small size. Even in pre-market, that type of size shouldn't really do anything. Still got an hour to the open. An hour to go. SKYE is hitting, but the volume is still fairly light. We got from 390 to 420. We're back at $4. This other one is coming down hard. ONMD coming down hard. I could have done a little bit better on that breakout on ONMD. I could have done better there. I took a small position initially, and then I'm like, you know what? Let's wait for it to pull back a little bit more. It dropped down maybe like half of a cent, and then very quickly got over 70. I didn't jump back in. So 73, 74, I could have captured at least 3 cents. SKYE right back down. Sinking like the Titanic. Yeah, we're gonna start streaming in Discord for everyone once a week. Although we might not start it till next week. I know that people will enjoy that in there. The mighty, I was supposed to go to another country. I keep not going on any vacations. I'm supposed to be in another country, and the mighty was supposed to be live on the channel right now, as in like this entire week, and also like Thursday, Friday of last week. But then at the last minute, I'm like, you know what, man? I'm staying home, staying in the office, staying in the grind. I don't know why, but it's this thing where I just don't like to miss days. I don't know if it's, I don't know. I don't think it's FOMO. I don't know if it's FOMO. I don't think it is FOMO. But it just seems like missing days is pointless. But at the same time, you need vacation, right? You need to relax, rest, and come back even stronger. Part of me feels like the more time I take off, the longer it'll take to just be free fully. It's like even if there's a day where I lose, it's like I still will take whatever lesson I can get out of the day. So of course you can travel and trade, and somewhat still have vacation, maybe just size down, things like that. But are you really on vacation if you're trading? I don't know. It's a conversation to have, right? What happens if you go max loss? We're trading in the mornings typically, right? Depending on where we are. If you go max loss and then you have the rest of your vacation day, they could be a little messed up, a little thrown off. Now, on the other hand, shout out to Tim, right? Tim did have a week. I think it was last year. I think it was last year. Tim had a week in maybe like one of the islands, I think, where he was able to make like 5K every single day of that week. And I remember him talking to me, telling me like he'd go, because he's there with a group of people. He'll go a little late to the breakfast or whatever, and they'll ask like, "Hey, how did you do?" And he's like showing up like, "Yeah, hey, I did like 5K, like." Now that's how it needs to be. If it's not like that, then you're in the depths, right? If you have a max loss, that's an awesome trip right there. Marcelo is a beast, man. Marcelo is like insane trader. I mean, this community is insane in itself. I mean, you guys will be able to see me trade, but there's a whole group of people. Like, there's a lot of people in there that are like killing it, Really killing it. For those of you who are in the chat, you guys will be able to see people post their P&Ls. You'll be able to see them post at the end of the month, at the end of the year, things like that to show how they're doing. Some traders are very private, so they'll just maybe post once a month, keep it simple. But there's a lot of people doing well, right? There's a lot of traders doing well. A lot of the students also doing exceptional. Although our chat room could be better still because, I think over time as we continue to do more and do different things, we'll see more and more people will be more comfortable because there's different styles, right? There are different styles, and there are people in there who I'm pretty sure are making even more than all of us, but they're a little bit more private and quiet. There were some people I spoke to even years ago, like as in like 3, 4 years ago, but I wasn't able to confirm this stuff, but I, you kind of like suspect that they had no reason to like lie or not tell the truth the way how the conversations were going. It was just like one on one, just genuine stuff, like whether it was feedback to me or just, certain conversations. It's like, why would this person be lying? Sometimes that could be the case, but in these specific conversations that I'm calling back on, it's like these are people who've already made millions since back in those days, like 4 or 5 years ago. ERNA. Then you had a couple of public people, shout out to Kyle, Eric Green, a couple of those guys. Kyle goes by High on Stocks, although he hasn't posted to his YouTube channel in 4 years. But these are people they did so well. They already had businesses outside of trading, and I'd like to think that they're still trading, but some of them they kind of went their own ways. These are people who back in those days are already hitting like 30K a day every day. This is since back in like 2021, 2022. Some people really did well off the GameStop moves too. And you get to talking to a lot of these guys, a lot of people that had so many units in terms of like real estate. They had a couple of people who were like 600 plus units, and these are like in prime real estate locations too. I'm like, man, there's some big dogs. And of course, it's all relative, right? A couple hundred units to someone else might be nothing. It's pretty small. But a couple hundred units is a couple hundred units, right? So, into the open, I mean, unless we get something at 9 a.m. again, into the open, it's looking like INM, NA, perhaps ONMD. NA still holding up fairly well, still at 30 bucks. The trades off the lows are paying off for anybody who's watching those trades carefully. How much size can you really accumulate there, though? I mean, like we're seeing just like 8,000 shares a candlestick. maybe people are taking a few hundred shares, keeping it tight, keeping it small. It did go from 27 back to 30, right? $3 a share, even on just a couple hundred shares could add up over time. The key though for people who are holding really long, in holding for the open, are you well positioned, right? We had the breakout at 22, but before that, if you're here since 650, we had a move from 13. So it's possible that there are some people who are in, maybe a couple thousand shares, couple hundred shares holding from like 15, 17, or even 22, maybe 20, depending on where they're getting in. But definitely tough to not take profits in a move like that. Probably so, more than likely people would sell some though, even if it's half or a quarter, kind of have that trailing stop. You got to have trailing stops on these just in case an offering or something comes. Trading is vacation. I suppose we're not in the rain, the snow, or the sewer systems, right? We're pushing buttons. We're pushing buttons. So, in that aspect, it can sound easy, without a doubt. We're not doing anything physically demanding. But there is a little bit more of a mental tax, I'd say. Certain days you can feel fatigued. You can trade for 4 hours, 5 hours, and then you literally have to go take a nap afterwards. There are the days where you're at max frustration, right? That could also mean max loss. Max frustration meaning maybe you traded it poorly, maybe you might have broke a rule or two, and that could have lead to you being in a bit of a spiraling, you know, snowball. And then that can end up being a day that lingers with you outside the trading office, right? Maybe you go about your normal life and then it's that cloud still above your head. There's also something that I've had to like work through is like just expectations for myself. Like it's like the way how I think in my mind, right, is that on every trade, at every second, at every turn, at every time I hit the buy button, it should always be a green trade. But that right there is a problem, right? First of all, half the times I hit the buy button, I'm gonna be red. That's just what my strategy is. So immediately you can see that I'm gonna have a problem here, right? So it takes time to like, kind of program your mind to really get past these things, to be able to accept loss, not have that make you do something that you would regret later. A bunch of different factors can come into place, right? Having that abundance mindset, knowing that there will be another opportunity, and the best you can do now is to take the lesson and move forward with it, not dwell on the past. But it'll still happen from time to time, right? Especially if I'm to like miss a sweet trade. Like it's all in my gestures and like sometimes I'm like shaking my head. It's like, bro, like even that trade right there over that penny stock over, what was it? I'm saying it's holding up a little bit. I'm just not aggressive to just jump in, right? And it's like, man, what am I doing? Like, I could have made that 3 cents. Yesterday, I'm saying I'm a little soft in trading. Like, I'm not being as aggressive as I can be. I'm not sticking around as long as I could. So, we got to definitely try and push ourselves and keep in mind to not be a little too tight, right? We're gonna have red trades from time to time. Things will happen, but gotta stay locked in. Can't allow FOMO to get to the best of us. Revenge trading, over trading, these type of things. I think I'm gonna restart my platform here a little early. INM, NA. I think NKTR. Maybe I'll leave this one alone. I mean, depends though. Into the open if it starts to halt up or something. ONMD. I think that one can definitely make the list here. TRIB, are we still holding up? Sold off a little more, but sometimes into the open you can see that surprise red to green there, so I'll save it. All right, let's see. I'm gonna try and do it before 9 a.m. rolls around here. And then NKTR. All right, I'll be back in a good 2 minutes here. White screen, white screen. JCETA, no problem there. A scarcity mindset. Yeah, you know, we're in a field where there's unlimited abundance, right? The greatest accumulation of wealth known to man. But even with that being said, like even though there's gonna always be another stock and another opportunity, we still want to try our best to capture the stock that's moving in the moment. Right? It's still no excuse to not do well, but in the event that things don't work out, we don't want to dwell on it too much because opportunities can still be coming, right? It can be 9:50 a.m. and you missed a move, but at 9:52 another stock is moving up. And so you can't really dwell too much on missing a big trade because another big trade could be around the corner. or not a trade in general, right? Oh, NMD pushing up a little bit here. $7.98. Interesting. Pull up the scans for a sec here for people now tuning in. The gap scan, we got NA leading the way up 170%, gave a $10 share move earlier pre-market. Okay, all right, cool. Not bad. INM not looking bad for the open here still. We could still see something. ONMD, however, this one is a little bit more active, still perking up. Let's see, charts. Actually, I keep forgetting I could. Let's just paste this over here. Day trade dash. Should I just go and buy day trade dash from Ross? You guys think I could afford to buy this platform? Oh man. See, those are the type of lame jokes that I make, right? If you don't find that funny, then my humor is in the depths. Absolute Titanic. This reminds me of the E-Trade charts. It's a nice feel. E-Trade, has some decent charts here as well. Although I think they still don't update properly from time to time. Yeah, so the lows today in pre-market, as mentioned, did a really good job. We saw a lot of stocks curling back up. We didn't really see a lot of Christmas trees today in the pre-market. We have 25 minutes or so to the open, so I'm just gonna sit tight and wait patiently. If you're now tuning in, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Ellis, if you're here today, be sure to send a message through in the chat. We gotta hook you up with the chat room. Ellis, if you're in the building. Daniel, so Daniel is asking when is Merciless Markets going to IPO? Daniel, could you believe that I asked this question, right? just last week. If I was to IPO, who would buy into the company? Like 60% of people said there's no way. So I had to use the infamous Darth Vader quote, which is that their lack of faith was disturbing. I mean, who knows, right? Anything is possible, honestly. There's this insane business plan that I had, but we're doing well. We're doing well, but there's this insane business plan that I had that I thought would be insane, but didn't quite go according to plan. But there are some other things though. There are some other things that we'll be doing here and that we're working on in the back end to be even better. Because every day we don't get better, we lose, right? That's the mindset here. Not only in trading, but in business and in everything else in life. If we're not getting better, we're getting worse. I was hanging out with a friend over the weekend, and they're like, "Man, you're so motivating. Gotta keep that spirits high. Gotta keep the spirits high, and gotta keep at it, even when it gets tough. Even when it gets tough." I don't know how anybody came up with any of these names for these platforms, to be honest. They're all somewhat random, if you ask me. Some people, sometimes the name is someone's actual name, right? Like Charles Schwab. Have I tried the streaming part where I can see Ross trading? No, I never tried clicking on that stuff. Although maybe I should, right? Just to check it out. I would do that right here on the stream, but just in case like there's an area where it shows like my information, I'll probably not do that. But I doubt like I'd have access to that stuff. What we're like doing is just, utilizing the scanners, and that also includes like the charting system here. But maybe I have full access and don't know, right? Oh, man. No, no, no. I wouldn't. I would. I mean, I'd go on there, but I wouldn't like stream the whole thing, right? I'd like just kind of see what's going on, how it looks, and then come back out. Man, don't worry. I'm not a crazy person. Those days are over of me being so crazy, and by crazy I mean stupid to not realize. So in terms of updating the scanner, what someone had recommended was to check out the running up. This one right here, the running up. This really helped out in terms of seeing penny stocks earlier, especially in pre-market. The running up. I didn't even realize they had this. But yeah, this works out pretty well. We have another 15 minutes or so. The penny high of day. The penny high of day. The penny high of day. Actually, hold on. Let's come back over on this side. The penny high of day. Ah, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Lovely. Top gainers, top gappers, halts. I'll have to make some space, or maybe I can put it underneath right here. I probably can cut this in half. That could probably work. That could probably work. Oh yeah, nice. It just pops right in. See, that's not bad design right there. This is where the people who code this is the type of stuff they like. And scan's about to be going crazy. Okay, appreciate that tip. Community coming in clutch as usual. All speaking in 10 minutes. So it seems like World War III is not going to happen, right? Which is good news. Apparently, this whole thing. Well, let me not say that, but it's good that there's ceasefire, right? The world is an interesting place. Gets more interesting by the day, the more you learn. Really. Okay, so waiting for the open. On this channel, I try not to get too into politics and or religion or any of those topics. There's a lot of course, there's a lot of opinions. And then there's what we know, and then there's also the other side, and then there's like in the middle, right? The truth in the middle. So I just don't speak on these things because I don't know everything to be able to speak on them. So I stick to speaking about what I know, right? ONMD, and what I know is that ONMD is looking good for the open. Looking like it's gonna give a move to $1, and I'll be sizing up. Oh, I forgot to message Beam. Let me see. Beam. Is he? Maybe he wasn't here yesterday because I didn't see him in the chat. Beam is one of those students who, Beam's just gotten so acquainted with size, right? Everyone is a little different with their risk tolerance and their personality, things like that. I might be here taking 10,000 shares on this stock, and I consider that fairly small size, all things considered. But some of you guys who are using the 500, 1K, 3, 4K size might look at that and say, well, that's definitely a much bigger position. I'm pretty sure this guy might be getting in there like 90,000 plus shares or something. Lucas as well. Lucas also goes insane. Save then takes it to a different level. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Lucas maybe does get in there a couple of times and go up to like 200,000 shares. You have, one of the team house members, a few of those guys actually, who probably would go way beyond that, right? Depending on the setup. I'll use size from time to time, right? It just depends. Really and truly, though, the biggest thing for me is just being in a good rhythm. And at that point, using size feels like nothing. But there's still levels of size. Like you still have to like push yourself to actually go over what you know, like as in that threshold or barrier that you kind of have. If you're newer, of course, you want to make sure you're consistent before putting out share size and being aggressive. It only makes sense if you're already consistently doing well. So if you're in a choppy period, it's best to stick to the smaller size. If we get a stock at like $10, I'll go for it. I think I'll go for it, especially if we see some good trades earlier to start with smaller size. Because I'll start small, but if we're to like see some good consistency there and something halts up, I will be going for it. The risk will be tremendous, but risk is my middle name today. A pre-market winning trade. The mighty dialing it in early. We got to get Rolex to come meet up with us one time, man. He's been in the community for such a long time. 15 minutes to the open. 15 minutes. SF, man, for me in pre-market, I was telling myself I don't need to be down more than 300-400. That's why I was referring to it as a max loss. Lucas is on the beach, taking the day off. That's insane. Can't wait to go to Spain and some of these other countries. Time is coming soon. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in a few here. If you're now tuning in, hit that thumbs up. We're getting ready for the opening bell. Getting ready for the opening bell. All right, I am back. This is what I expect. Zero, I'm not ready for that level of fame. I hear you. Yeah, this is a thing with if we're to do a team house, there's a lot of cameras rolling. So if you're not, into that stuff, then it could be a little too much. We haven't quite finalized anything yet for the next one. So it's still a toss up in terms of everything, honestly. Location, all that good stuff. Size. Yeah, but boy are they a good experience. I'll say that, right? 3:55. We got 3 minutes 50 seconds to go. I'm thinking, okay, let me write up the watch list. Let me make sure I do everything that I need to do so I'm completely ready. Start up my screen recording. Yesterday somehow I remember the alarm going off, but maybe I got distracted or something. I didn't record yesterday, which wasn't good. So we gotta make sure to record today. Other than that, I want to write up the watch list. ONMD. There's INM. There's NA. Top three. And then for others, we do have TRIB. NKTR. And SKYE, I think, might have sold off. So I think we can leave that one off. Yeah, so five, these five. The top three and then the two extras, just in case one of those ends up being the one. There was someone I was supposed to unban on the YouTube stream. If you're watching, I'm gonna try again today. I did look for your name, but I couldn't find it in like the ban people section, right? They're pleading your case. Even the mighty texted me, so I'm like, okay, I will budge. I will budge. 2 minute warning. Double check my share size. Small size to start. Longevity is the name of the game. We are red after going down $400. Our first trade of the pre-market session at 7 a.m. So the key is to take it slow, be patient, and wait around for good opportunities. Don't need to be a hero the first second into the open. But however, if something is good the first second of the open, I want to be taking quick trades with my small size and then just start to build from there. Did I forget IBO? Yeah, I knew there was six, I put five. IBO? Okay, maybe not. There's a stock that sounded similar to this, though. I guess that's a no from Beam. The McDonald's hat with the Kermit. Okay, we got 35 seconds till the greatness begins here. Today is going to be Game 7 in the ESPN playoffs. I'm going to show you guys the full strength of hyper scalping if there's a good stock today. I feel no pressure. If there's a good stock, I know what needs to be done. Okay. INM lows of 15, highs of 440, lows of 415. NA also, 28.90, 29 or so up to 31. INM got up to 50. I'm going to start looking at INM here. This one could have some good potential. I'm going to pull it up on this screen here in a sec. So just taking it easy again, taking it easy, smaller size, waiting, watching. Oh, whoa, NA, what is that? Massive drop. In fact, if it halts down, could be interesting. I'm along at 27.60, tight stop. Did I get the fill right there? Wait. That was a losing trade. Goodness. Got cooked and not filled then. All right, INM. Bro. Why was that so low? Okay. Damn, how much am I red on this stock? I should be green after that trade. What was that? What is this? All right, I gotta lock in here. Let's lock in. I'm gonna give this one my full attention. I'm gonna fix a 10-second chart in a little bit here. Maybe a bigger starter was necessary there. Oh, more than necessary. I needed a bigger starter. See, what I was planning to do was to just keep adding there, but it didn't go lower. It held up fairly high. We got 94 highs. It's a little choppy up here. It's a little choppy. So I'll give it a sec. Okay. I got 08, which is kind of high. Let's try it again. It's important that we hold up here. If not, it might be selling off. There's a big seller. So a good push, but not quite holding up as well as we would like to see. I think so far so good. It's reacting well to the bit of a false breakout. It's holding up. Damn, it's strong. It's actually pretty strong. We don't typically see that right there. It kind of held up right away. And then continue though. So a new high by just a couple cents. And there's the push. Okay, so it's a little delayed. Hmm. Damn, it's a full retest. Dang, that was such a good setup too. I took size there, of course. I gotta be careful. Didn't expect to come back this low after a new high, right? We got a new high up to 50. We had a high of 20. And we came back down to $4 again. Or $5, let's say. Damn. And all right, cool, cool. It's still holding up for now, so still watching. Oh, you son of a bitch. Bro, what is that? Oh, that's not okay, man. Okay, maybe I got a little too aggressive on this one here, too quickly. It's still here, though. Bro, I'm in at 93. It gets to 505, and then it's at it's at 470. I couldn't even get out. What is that? That is the depths. Come on. I got filled pretty bad. I got filled pretty high on the second entry there, too. Does it have what it takes, though, to get back over 5? Oh, it's still having some trouble. It's fighting. Mother again, man. This freaking thing. Yo, what is this? Come on, that's twice. Where I'm up like 10 cents and then it's down 15 cents instantly. Alright, okay, I got a size down. I'm getting cooked. Well, I thought I had this one in the bag. It seems I'm getting smoked. I'm now getting ready to sell over 510. And this thing is back down instantly. My goodness. Come on. That happened to me twice, man. That's like pretty massive swings there. Where I should have at least a 6-8 cent gain minimum. Turns into a 10-cent loss. Sizing down. Sizing down. Five-minute candle to make the new high in the depths. It's not super convincing down here, but you know, it's battling. Is this all that this one wrote? Is this it? Is this the backside? Well, I definitely took some massive. I had a bunch of positions of like 7,000 plus shares, none of which held up, and it took some losses. Maybe a little too much conviction, especially the first one. Ay, ay, ay. And the max pain of the max pain of the max pain of the max pain. It definitely still has potential. Held up the view up. Today in pre-market, I said if we see something good, my middle name is going to be Risk. And so I put out my risk and got no reward. So I sized down here, just kind of waiting now, watching. Man, they did a good job getting up there to 550, but honestly, since this red candle here, it's like almost, a different stock. Does it have what it takes to get back over five and then five retest the highs? The chart still looks pretty bullish, which I like, but will we be able to see the follow through? Did we really come down there? Is that like a magic wick? Or am I like not seeing clearly? Okay, maybe we did. Yeah, this stock, it has this way of bouncing, but then it's like then immediately 10 cents lower. It looks like it's coming down. So this is official backside after 9:39, 9:40. NA didn't do much better. Son of a gun, man. This one felt so good and just gave out. One of the, I think it was this dip that I sold too soon. One of these dips, I think it was this one. Well, I had a good trade, and then what happened is that I added, and my add, I took a small add. Yeah, I did reduce the half size in case it went lower, I could keep adding. But it ended up curling right back up to 5. So I only had small size, and then didn't really get to capture much over 5. My first trade on this dip was a pretty high fill. But didn't get to capture this move over 5 properly. And then was just depths. I thought it would have held up, but no bueno. I had 7,000 shares at 512 after the push to 550. But it retraced till to 490, which was the previous support that we had. And you know that level made sense, but you know it's more so if we double top, I like that level, but we broke out by at least 25 cents, so we essentially gave a full retracement back to that previous level. So a bit of a Christmas tree in this area. Too much conviction in that trade. So I'm in at like 12, stopping out at like 94. Where I should be buying the dip is where I'm selling. In hindsight. So that was like a 1K loss, and then we had some other big loss, one other big loss somewhere in there. Oh yeah, 6,000 shares over 5 right here. In at 99. Getting ready to sell half, and then it's down to 80 something, 86. I stop out at the bottom of this candlestick right here. So that was brutal. To be up 10 cents unrealized, $600 is on the table, looking to get ready to sell. And even selling half at 510 would have been like pretty early. Like that type of move, if we're gonna go, we should see at least 25, 30 minimum before any sort of real resistance. Normally that's kind of how we'll bounce off of a level like that, or break out through the level. 25, 20, maybe 30. So selling half at 10 is like pretty early, and it's still just teleported down to 88, 86. So 6,000 shares at 99, then selling at 86. So literally, if I'm to be buying a little, you know, that first one was a little tough of a loss, but if I'm to get probably 94, you know, maybe I would have sold a little early. But I bought it at 89, and then I added at 95. I got filled 99 on the ad right here. This probably was a good sign that backside was probably, you know, maybe fully locked in. However, it did give this massive bounce back off the VWAP. And I forgot the scans on there. Nothing really moving up as of right now, but this is definitely, at this point, this is definitely like a max loss though. Come on, man. I'm down 2,600, which is not great. ONMD, and I'm missing this one looking over my analysis there. Despite being red, I believe that was pretty solid trading. Pretty late to this one though. You gotta remember to rotate. It's good that this 5-minute candlestick got back to green. Time 07. What time was this? D8. Yeah, of course. Lovely. Gotta remember to switch away to meet the moment. No time for analysis there. Right now, I'm thinking about what is a good entry here. I didn't pull it up right away. We could see a wide consolidation. What are the odds it just keeps going? Probably not that likely. Candle's about to close in a little bit. The pattern on ONMD looks decent. It looks like a good pattern. You know, just maybe we get over $1 eventually at some point. We had the early sell-off, bit of a base, and then a red to green. Giving back yesterday's gains is crazy work, man. Not good. So I think maybe some damage control here, smaller size. If that other stock was to keep going, getting back to green or flat would not be that tough. But assuming we'd hold up our moves and like give the uptrend, but unless this one here is able to give a smooth move, we probably just keep it small, damage control, get a couple of small trades. It all depends on the price action here, and then if it ends up being good, how much it does go. If it continues, can we see break of the pre-market high and then a test of one, perhaps a break of 120. Man, these penny stocks. The penny stocks. Very quick false breakout there. 70, 62. Mm-mm-mm. Still trying to get a good gauge on this one. ONMD. I want to be careful of backside if it happens to just, this be the highs here for now, but still keeping an eye. Seeing some small buying coming in. The 5-minute chart doesn't look bad. So is it gonna try one of these again? Holy smokes. Will the dip work? 72? Not quite. Well, it's a good breakout. Hmm. Trying to get decent entries on these are a nightmare. The breakout trade though, not bad. I did try. I got back out and then it went, so I kind of missed it. The immediate pullback didn't really give much, but who would have expected nine? I mean, it did give that false breakout candle twice, but 9 cents out of a 70-cent stock is pretty insane. I'm not sure how we're getting to these lows because I'm looking and we're not, at least I'm not seeing us pull back that much. Hmm. It's kind of grinding lower here. I didn't want to chase that dip on the way down, being too aggressive, buying, buying, buying. So let it base out. You know, we'll see what happens here. And this freaking stock. These pennies are driving me nuts. No proper early pullback. We got all the way back to 80. $81, 83, 84. No early pullback in there. I'm gonna go mad. Brother. The pullback coming off of the retested highs. The stock is moving up. It's moving nicely, but for what I like to see is just a little. It's definitely a little different from what I'd like to see here. Back to 83 immediately after 91 right there. So I'm not really scalping this one in terms of just quick trades. Trying to get more bigger picture entries, but missing the pullback, not really getting in on any early dips. So kind of letting it just do its thing here. The early dip is going to come, or let's say the dip is going to come here off of the highs. I'm not going to take this type of pullback trade, so on the sidelines, not great. Right now, I feel like I have an analysis paralysis on this thing. I missed the dip. Didn't feel comfortable getting in anywhere there on the lows. And then it goes up to the highs. It's like I don't want to chase the breakout trade. Now we're seeing another pullback, and will we be able to hold up to then try again? Mm, mm-mm-mm. I don't know, man. I think this price action here is a little wacky for the scalps, but I hope you guys are able to capture something out of it. Cooked on those fills. All right, I'm done. That is the day for me. And I don't know about these penny stocks, but the other stock was nice. Frustrating to be red on that other stock, man. I don't know. This one, I don't know, man. There are some nice breakouts though, for sure. Without a doubt, the breakout here over 70 was nice. I didn't see this move grinding up, but it looks like it might have been pretty good too. At 9:58 market time. Man, it gave back yesterday's gains and then some. So green 2200 on the week to start, to then now red 600 on the week. Unbelievable. But it is the territory that comes with size. I did mention if we see something looking good today, I was feeling pretty good to go for some size. Got caught with 7,000 shares and then 6,000 shares. 6,000 shares for 10 cents or 10, 11 cents. 7,000 shares for about at least 15 cents. Took a 1K plus loss there. Or 12 cents, somewhere there. So 12, somewhere from 12 to 15 cents, somewhere around there. But I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to take the L, take the lesson, and hold what I got. I don't know. I couldn't do anything with this penny stock, man. I don't know. I just couldn't do anything. But the other one, I thought had a little more opportunities. UI yen halt is at 870. Man, I couldn't fill any of those positions. EY yen definitely has a bigger range to it. But yeah, let me not get sucked back in. I'm gonna shut it down, lock it in. So red 20, green 2200 yesterday, 2300 somewhere there, and today gave it back and then some. Absolute monstrosity here, getting destroyed with the size. Now, had I decided to not size up, it would have been a red day of like 500 or something. But this is the risk, right? The risk is that you could lose if the trades don't work out. Of course, I was thinking the trade would work out. The stock was strong up until it just wasn't, right? After we hit that 550, that was all it wrote. That was it. After that was Titanic. Titanic. Man. Just I feel like there's no way I should have been red on that stock, man. It just was so good. It was so good. Like I was in rhythm with it too. Like going up. The only issue going up is that I just didn't have size right away. Right, I started off slow, just to make sure we were like capturing the moves, make sure that the stock was holding up, and then the moment I'm gonna say, okay, let's go for it, is where we kind of get to the backside. I remember my first trade, I was saying like, man, I should have been back to green because I was red on the stock pre-market. It's like I had a good size winner, like 16, 18 cents on one of my first trades. And that was it with like 3,000 or 3,500 shares. I guess like the fourth trade of the day or something like that. Fifth trade. Anyhow, shutting it down, locking it in. Red day recap. For those of you going till 4 p.m., stay disciplined, stay patient, keep looking for those good setups. Be sure to cut it quickly. And if you are utilizing size, you got to be careful. Hopefully, you guys were able to capture something on the penny stock here, ONMD. For me, just wasn't able to get any good flow on it, and basically got nothing out of it. So, letting it go. I don't know if I'll come back later. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I will. I think I'll just wait till tomorrow, get like the fresh start. All right, take care, stay safe. Check out those links down below, and feel free to join the chat room if you guys want to stay a part of the conversation. All right. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hit the thumbs up on the way out. All right, take care. Can I answer some questions? Yeah, sure. I can answer a couple of questions here. So for anybody who might be finished trading as well or on the sidelines, you guys can ask something here quickly the last 5 minutes. Let's say the next 5 minutes. In terms of what I'm looking for before I'm entering into a trade. So there's a couple of things. There's some things that are more like standard for the criteria. So, volume, lower float, tighter spreads, pattern. And then from there, getting into it a little more, I'm watching at the volume profile. And then meaning, how are we looking literally when it comes to our candlesticks, right? And then from there, I want to check the level 2. I want to look at the tape, and the moment that I see what I like, right, for us to continue. And keep in mind, like in terms of hyper scalping, a lot of the times we're looking for, like on a stock like this, for example, like ONMD, we're looking for a couple cents at a time, 2 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent even. So, depending on if it's a breakout or a dip, we're kind of gonna kind of like change what we look for, right, in the price action. And it's curling back up once again. It's the same zone as last time. See, this man, I tell you, over here in this area, in this area here, I was looking for a little bit more of like a prolonged pullback. Maybe we might have tested the lows 1, 2 more times. It was more of a V shape, similar to here as well. I mean, if you're not in, quickly into this green candle, then you kind of already missed the move. And this is in between the previous resistance and the pre-market highs. I tell you, stocks like this. But yeah, there's some bigger picture entries, and then in terms of the hyper scalps, looking for the quicker trades, it's more so price action. One last trade. One last trade. Mm, 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 mm. Similar to the other stock as well, where we made the new high and we kind of still had the same support. Bears fair. It's a nice move. Bears fair. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. Don't worry. The pastor is gonna shut it down. I was just waiting to see if there's any more quick questions there at the end. Yeah, but fair is fair, right? Fair is fair. For someone else, this stock is the dream stock. You know, it's the perfect stock for them. Someone is saying one more trade again. The infamous last trade. The infamous last trade is a trade that takes you into oblivion. You take one more trade and then your loss somehow double on the day. One last trade. Do I think I would trade better if I didn't stream? I think the live stream only affects me in like one way, really, which is when a stock comes up and then I have to put it on this screen here, what was it, on this side. I think you guys are seeing it. It's my right, but your guys is left, right? This screen here, this screen, because I have other charts and level twos, and so sometimes I'll be trading a stock off screen and then have to put it up. So even if for example, EYEN, a lot of times it's not really quite in frame. You still have to come and pull it in frame. And then also switch over on my other screen up above. I'll have to switch to level 2 over, which is a whole lot to be doing if a stock is moving. So at times it's like I just have to leave it off and then wait, right? Gotta leave it off and wait. EYEN curling up closer to the highs. Struggling since 2020. No, no, I never trade after markets. Although it could be worth it. I mean, pre-market and aftermarket is going to be the same type of price action, so it could be worth it. I never really done it. I traded after hour just once. Yeah, I'm in a Davy Jones locker today, man, in the depths. You see, this is the thing with the last. So here's my mindset, right? We were green 4 out of 5 times last week, and we had a nice week. We had a nice day, nice bigger day. We come in Monday this week. Monday's a nice day. So I'm already thinking like, all right, this is now we're on timing now, right? Like the moment something looks good, I'm not holding back on any size. And then I get cooked for 2K, for 3K today. So my accuracy was in the slummers. But some of those trades on the other stock were like, you know, some were worse than others in terms of like how it played out, like being green unrealized and then red 12 cents in the trade like instantly. Back over 5 was the worst one, but there were other situations where I'm buying and I'm up 3 cents, 4 cents instantly and then still down like 5 cents like another half second later. And it's like, whoa, like come on. I think the first big loss was fair. That was fair game, like fair. Like if I'm wrong as to where the support is, no problem. I did consider even selling the trade earlier, but opted to give it a couple more seconds. That resulted into what would have been like a 3 cent loss or just a flat trade, depending on the fills, being closer to a 10, 12 cent loss. Because once that thing started to come down towards the whole dollar, it was pretty quick. So today in pre-market, I got very frustrated very quickly because I got red 400 in my first two trades. The first problem was that I tried to take a trade and my DAS platform it keeps saying account not selected, whilst my hotkeys is tied to the account that I'm already going to be in, and I'm on my level 2 itself, I'm on the right account. This keeps happening every day, and I have to restart the platform to get it to work. I don't know if maybe I felt some FOMO in doing that and logging back in. I would say I don't think so. We jumped in with 600 shares on a $4 stock. It's like that's pretty small size, right? Now, I might have overlooked where we were relative to high of day. And maybe we could have been a little bit more cautious, but we had a high of 76 on INM. It dipped down to 45.50 and it held for a couple seconds, and I jumped in looking for the retest of 75, but it dropped down to the whole dollar very quickly. Like we dropped like 20 cents. I should have cut it immediately. I'm like, okay, I'll give it a sec to see if it actually bounces here. It dropped another 20 cents like right away. I'm like, man. Typically, I'll start off with just 80 shares just to see if the stock is worth it. But logging back in and hearing it hitting the scanner, it's like, okay, this one might be worth taking the trade with a little more size early, being that it held up for the first minute of the move. Will you believe if I tell you that I'm comfortable on the day right now? Like mentally, I feel pretty good. Now it still sucks to be red because who would want to be red, right? Like you would want to be in the green. But I feel fine mentally. Like in terms of I mean there's days where I'll be frustrated for sure, but like I don't feel any type of way. I know, right? It doesn't even look like I'm profitable these days the way how the way how it looks. Oh man. To even get a question like that is crazy work, brother. Here, I'll show you my metrics. Bro, it's been a tough year for me, man. I'm in the slums this year. The absolute depths. I've made money in other aspects of the market. Like I had some good swings, and I had some good swings, right? So it's not a bad year per se, but I don't include swings like the swing trades and stuff like that, like the portfolio stuff. I don't include that into like actual day trading gains. So it's been like a pretty slow year here. I'll pull up my calendar. Hmm. We can go through month by month here. Let's see. Single screen. This is like my career stats. Like my career stats are not like bad stats by any means, but you know, in terms of where we are this year, let's go to the calendar. This year for me has been a monstrosity of a year. Disaster. January, even January wasn't like a great month. This was a month to be up 50,000 minimum. So this wasn't a great month by any means. We had one decent week or two decent weeks, but a lot of inconsistency. Week 3, week 4. Well, week 1 was just a few days, but yeah, the middle of the month we didn't do a good job. And as you can see, today we're at 3K, and then this month, 3,700. So when I say, and I mean, like I'm down 3K, I feel nothing mentally. Like I've lost that amount before. Not that it's good to lose this amount, right? It's not that I'm numb to it, because I still think how you're read will determine how you feel about the day. Like I'm red because I got caught with size in key areas, which is what happened on these days as well, right? So unless I'm breaking my rules and then I'm red, then I have a problem, where I really like just gambled on a trade, or maybe like average down, or just, kind of do something like that, then the red day becomes more painful, because then at the end of it I'm like what kind of nonsense did I just do? And then I can't get over it. So the first 2 months were our best months, and they were not great months by any means. We did have our biggest day here of the year on the 24th, but if you're to exclude this day, this was a terrible month, right? So it's been like a pretty a roller coaster kind of a year here. Green, red every day. Green, red every day. A nice 5K day here, but then red 2,700 on the Friday. Not good. 1,800 red on the 10th. Just disaster. A good stretch of green, and then red again, right? Coming back to the 27 to 28. Not good. March, my first red month in years. My first red month in years. In like since like January of 2022. And then March, April, same thing. April, red month. Oh, small green actually. Okay, the other month was red. Small green. The next month after April, and these are like, like this is the fact that the fact that I could make 6,000 in one day tells me that this is just like a terrible month. I mean, we'll take the green, of course, but we could make 6,000 in one day in one trade. So if I'm green 6,000 in a month, it's like a pretty terrible month, honestly, right? May, this was not a good month either. So you can see it's like a pretty inconsistent year here. Like last year, I think I averaged like 30,000 a month, and now this year I'm in the slums. I feel pretty good. Like I don't like I'll come on the stream and like do this stuff, like still like I will never stop streaming, right? Because I don't feel pressure. There is no pressure, right? There's only me improving to be better, right? And in terms of like lifestyle, like I've made a good amount of money to where even if I'm to stop trading, or if I'm to like stay sideways, it's not gonna affect me at all for like a very long time. But with that being said, there's still the opportunity cost of not making money every day, right? If you every day you don't make money as a trader, which is our goal, is one day where we're like not where we would want to be. So, like months like this is like a disaster. Like we should, even if we're walking away with 5,000 on the month, or the opposite P&L is better than this, right? So it's been a slower month, a slower year rather. And then of course, we're up closer to 10,000 this month, and now we have this nonsense red day here today. But this month, even this month, still hasn't really been great. It's been better, but not great by any means. Like this day should never happen. And the size is not the issue. The accuracy is the issue, right? Even like, let's see, yesterday, okay, this is a little bit better, but our accuracy has not been great. We'll check out that bigger green day, like 38%. Like, this is pretty terrible. The 18th, 43%. Like even this shouldn't, this is kind of low, right? So too much chop down here before finally seeing the bigger move. And on that day, I did say to myself, we should have been green way sooner than we were. Like we should have already been up like 5,000 even before this big trade, this big sequence came in. We should have already made like 5,000 before this. Some of it is me, some of it is the market. There are situations where I'm hesitating way more than I'm supposed to. Even yesterday, in a day like this, in a day like this yesterday, right, where the context is just hot momentum. On a day like yesterday, I'd be up like 10,000, like in the same amount of time, in the same trades, in that same 2 hour window. I'd make like 10 grand because I will not hesitate in any area at all for not even for a second. But when you start to get a little bit more red, the market is a little bit more choppy. But before you know it, you can start hesitating on an area or two, and it reflects massively at the end result of your trading, right? Look at this, like a nice smooth month last year, a more smooth month. There's no such thing as like a hesitation on these type of months like this. February of last year, you're sizing up, you're going crazy. You're having massive weeks, 6,000, 11,000, 40,000, 9,000. Okay, we took a much bigger loss this day here, and let me guess, the accuracy was probably pretty poor. 46%. Yeah, we definitely have some bigger days for sure, bigger red days, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all. But you can see less red days are sprinkled. We did have some tougher months still. Even December, you can see like a lot more red days sprinkled. But in terms of the overall consistency of the months, we had way better accuracy as part of it. Even a month like this where we had more red days, we still finished up pretty nicely. It's interesting, right? I mean, I definitely got to look at myself first. I think that's the first thing you want to always do, is to look at yourself. I can't come up here and ever try to just blame the market, like that would be the wrong thing to do, I think. So the only thing to really say is that I need to be better, right? There's nothing else to say. Anytime any one of us are having a hard time, or a red streak, or a drawdown, it's on us to improve, because there's always options. We can always size down. We can always do all, these type of things. Last year, I think the middle of the year was a little slower, like slower June, July. Maybe May might have been a little slower as well. So I'm profitable, but this year has been much more tough. This year has been the depths. This year, and I thought I would have made closer to 1 million this. I mean, there's still 5 months left. If the momentum is to be a little bit smoother in the next 5 months, I feel confident. I feel pretty confident that I could make a lot of money very quickly. But with that being said, the elephant is in the room is how to be better in these days right here, right? So that we don't even need to wait for the next 5 months to try to be good or something like that, right? We don't need any hot momentum in the next 5 months, if it is to come at all. The elephant in the room is to be better on these days, like today, right? Every single day of the week. So as I sit down and think back about this day today, and what I could have done differently, the penny stock is definitely a area to study for sure. I got to go back and review this one in depth, in detail, to see where I could have done better. Of course, looking at the chart itself right away, I think there's, in terms of bigger picture entries, I think missing this one was maybe a little too much. And then, of course, at this point, we're looking to shut it down, but we did miss this double bottom here. The breakout, this was another obvious area that I missed. I did try with small size in, back out. It went without me. This is another big entry here. This area I'm not watching right away, which I'm going to say it's on me, because I took time to do some analysis on the other stock instead of rotating right away, which is, like a rookie mistake. Like, the analysis comes at the end of the day in the recap when I'm done trading, and then I can rewatch the film or review. So we needed to switch away right away, right? We needed to switch away from the other stock INM and see if anything else in the watch list is moving. If not, keep an eye on the scans. That's the correct protocol. So at 9:58, INM hit the backside. If you look at the time, right, at 9:58 exactly is where INM finally broke down. Right here. Right here. In the next minute at 9:59 a.m. market time, if you look at EY, or no, if you look at ONMD, rather, ONMD, if you look at 9:59, this stock this is exactly when this one is going to start. So if I did the right thing, which is to switch away, I could have been here early and had much more of a chance of gaining a good rhythm in this area here. So these are some small things that can make a big difference, right? Capturing a couple of the key setups here, switching over to the stock much earlier. And if we did, maybe we could have captured this entire move. Also position ourselves in this consolidation to maybe be in early for the breakout trades here. All right. The other stock, though, I don't know if I could have done anything differently because INM, right? It really just came down to the accuracy. My size a little smaller to start, and then I started sizing up quickly once I recognized it was good. We had a great trade on this red candle down here. Excellent trade. This is at 9:34 a.m. And then on this pullback that came down again, I bottom ticked both of these candlesticks, but this time I only took a small position because I'm like, in case it starts to come down more to VWAP, I can just keep buying. But it ended up curling right back up, and this was one of my bigger trades, but my share size was much smaller. So I'm somewhat in the driver's seat here, right, in this move. Let me zoom in up top a little bit too. I'm in the driver's seat in this area here. And the next trade that comes is break of 5. There's a baby pullback from 95 to 80. I didn't take this trade here because it felt a little tight. But nevertheless, it held up. So I'm like, okay, I'll just take break of 5. And I attempted that trade 3 times. This is where it can get choppy. Let me see. What time was this? 9:36. 9:37. At 9:37, I'm going to attempt break of 5 a couple times where the volume was like spiking in. So here's the big trade that I had. In at 55, bottom tick. Out at 83, 88, 75. And again, we only took 1,000 shares. The trade before that, it was also a decent trade. We had 59 by 64, 65, 67. I think we got to a high of 71 on this push. So, so far so good to start it off. And then, break of 5, we didn't really get to capture properly. This trade here, I tried to buy, this is where it gets a little tough because I tried to buy this trade at like 512. And I'm there like, bro, it's fine. I understand the risk, the volatility, that's fair. So I ended up losing 6 cents. The break of 5, I didn't get it. I'm in, I'm back out. It does get through 5. I try to take the immediate dip. I get cooked on the fill. And I then try to retake that same trade. The support ended up being back below the whole dollar, right? So an entry like this, I could have held a little longer for sure. At 9:38.11, we could have held this a little longer. Man, in at 97, out at 05, 08, 09. Again, maybe could have scaled out a little slower, right? But I think our highs were at 525 at that point. So this is a fair trade. Right here, I tried for the new high, break of 520. There's a little bit of churn. I stop out, and then it goes, and I chase this entry low. I did chase this entry. I'm like, okay, I'll get back in for the push to then 50. It goes all the way to 50, but it just chops me out at every turn right here, right? So this one was like a little close. This one was a little close. It was not bad. Gotta roll my eyes though, just a little bit at some of the areas, but and this is the infamous big loss right here. This one. We got to 550 and it dips down, and this is at the time I bottom tick this candlestick too. And I was like, all right, I was inside of my mind, I'm like, all right, here we go. This is nice. This is it. This did go to 518 twice. From 512, we got to 518 twice. This is around 940 on this candlestick. I'm in 7,000 shares here. And the 5-minute candlestick at the time was still green, but under a little bit of stress, I believe. And I was looking for us to curl back up towards the back half of the candlestick, like the last minute and a half, 2 minutes. And, you know, can we close above like 25, 30, and then get back into that range of flirting with 50 again? So here I'm like, okay, but I think I had a little too much conviction, because once we got to 18 twice, and I did, you know, it did come into my, like the intuition to sell came in my mind at like 515. But I'm like, let's give it a chance. Even if it like comes down to like 9 and 8, and which it did, it got back at 13, 14 instantly. I'm like, okay, it's a good sign. And then it started to actually break down. I'm like, oh, I gotta cut it. So back at 9, I sold, and I sold. All of this is actually within the same second. So you can see I started to unwind a little bit here, but it came down so quick, right? I sold 1 at 9. My goal was to sell 3 just to reduce the risk in case we get to a low of like 505 and then curl back up. I can still be in the trade and maybe even add back and bring my average down. But it kind of came down a little low. So, you know, I still took it again though, right? But I took it with smaller size here. And I did this to just make sure that we're actually basing out this time again. So this is how close it is, right? This trade right here, and if the mindset maybe was a little different, where I would have took 1,000 shares instead here in the 7,000 share trade and take this 10-cent loss, but then take the 7,000 shares down here, you know, is the complete and opposite move, right? I'd be in at 95, selling at 510, you know, 7,000 shares, which is about $1,100-$1,200 in the trade, right? But what convinced me to take this size here is the fact that we had a new high by a good amount. So I didn't think that we would retest the same lows again, because I knew this was already support the last, you know, from the last move up, right? As I'm saying this, I think the students will understand very much what I'm saying. Some people on YouTube might not. It kind of comes down to the strategy that we're trading here. Right? I mean, I can see this stuff so vividly in my mind, but it's just a little unfortunate that despite going from 490 to 520, we make a new high to 550, and it comes back down to 490. Why are we back at 490? Like, we shouldn't need to come back to 490 after making a new high. That's what got me in that trade, because I'm like, okay, I'll take this nicely here. The 5-minute candlestick is still strong. I want to see a retest of at least 530 before it breaks down, right? If it is to break down, and then got cooked in the trade. So in terms of doing better on this one, I think it really kind of came down to like the accuracy. But for sure, I got to study up on ONMD. This one probably could have gotten us back to flat if we were able to get some good entries. But yeah, that's gonna do it. So a bit of a mini recap here at the end of it, and locking it in. So tomorrow, 7 a.m. Man, am I taking any days off around the 4th? I I mean, besides the 4th itself, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. Man, what a year it has been. I walked into this year thinking at this time in the year I'll be up like 400,000 or 500,000 already. Man, it's good that that's possible though. You know, like there's not too many careers that you can walk in the door and just know that if it goes well, you know, 500,000 is just smiling at you, waiting for you to take it. But shout out to the people who are still keeping it consistent though, man. I mean, for those of you, and there are some people in our chat room, like it is so impressive. It is encouraging, you know. For those of you who are still holding it down day in, day out, still like, you know, hitting your marks, man, the pastor must keep working to get to these higher levels. And by the way, if you're still hitting your marks in these markets, you can definitely see a little bit more of an increase too when things are a little bit more hot consistently, especially in those uptrending moves. There's that, and then there's also what people love to trade. Some people do love to trade the lows, so they're not really gonna see any sort of a drawdown in this type of market, you know. Those type of things matters too. If you love to trade sideways momentum or I remember there was a guy, I think I mentioned him earlier actually, right? High on stocks. He would make the most of his money in the backside sell off every time. He'd hardly make anything going up in a move like this. But then when this starts, he'll, you know, 3-4x his day in this and then also lower, right? Even once this starts to like break down and go down to the depths, he's like, I mean, that I don't even know how the heck and he was going long too. I mean, shoots. To be that accurate in the backside is insane. Like as a stock is just flushing out. Ross 1 million in 1 month. Pretty impressive indeed. Ross is capable of doing 1 million in 1 day though, I think. Not to say what he's doing right now is not impressive because it is, right? But I guess that's what the market is right? We always think we can do more or have a bigger day or something. But I think Ross could do 1 million in 1 day in the right circumstance, you know? Maybe like a GameStop kind of a move again. Might not even, honestly, it might not even require all of that. Like, he's so good at pre-market, right? Like if he, I mean, he's good at every time of the day. If he's to stay during the open, if there's a stock that just continues, and then he trades it into after hours, by the time it gets to like 4:30 p.m., he could be at that level. If he keeps the same size and increased size and just, but he's probably not going to be doing all that, you know. At that level, man, at that level, maybe, you know, it might not be worth it, which is crazy to say. It really comes down to what you're doing with money, how you perceive money, your lifestyle, all these different things. I'm pretty sure he could make more if he's to trade all day because he has the skills, right? But he just leaves at the open. So yeah, the glasses from Amazon, nice man. Yeah, there's a 2-pack The black one, the clear ones, it works pretty well. Right now I have them off because I have the tint on my actual monitors. I actually turned them on like an hour ago. Yeah, they're cheap too. They're like $10. It works pretty good. For anybody who might be getting affected by the blue light from their monitors, their screens, you can get those blue light glasses to help filter out some of that light. Day trading though, but what I will say about day trading is I'm rambling on here. You know, I know most of you guys are probably some of you guys are probably done, some are probably still trading. What I will say about this line of work is that it is awesome. You know, it is sensational. It is incredible what can be done. So even if you're in a place where you're struggling or you're red on the year, or you know, you're in a drawdown, or you're somebody who's trying to get to the side of green, you know, especially if you're using the small size and you're not like losing a massive amount of money like every day or something, you gotta keep sticking with it and keep trying new things. Just go small, use the simulators, because don't let the day come where you figure it out. If the day comes where you figure it out, it is over. you know, you'll be flying. It's not easy. It'll be tough. But as long as you know, you have that longevity, the moment you figure it out, the years of hard work is going to pay off very, very quickly. You know, Tim had one of the greatest stories in the chat room. I mean, everyone's story is great and excellent and awesome. But Tim was trading for 4 or 5 years, making just 10,000 a year, 15,000 a year. And you know, he mentioned always being at work, looking back in the chat room and like, man, these guys are still trading. They're up 5K, 3K, and you know, 10K on the day. And you know, Tim is putting in his time and his effort over the years, learning how to trade. And sometimes it's just a small tweak. You know, he primarily traded pre-market because at the time he prioritized going to his day job, you know, pressure washing and doing these other things that he would do. And you know, he would only trade the open for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then leave out. And so he comes on the trip with us, and we didn't have to do anything but, you know, a small tip. We said, hey, Tim, you know, try checking out these market orders, dude. Check out the market orders, see how it goes. Maybe try trading the open a little longer. Because Tim already knew how to trade. He already had the skills, the effort that he's putting in the time. And on that year, I think this is 2023, he's up 15,000 in the first 6 months, right? This is around July. He's up 15,000 at that point in the year. And by the end of that same year, he made 300,000. And this is after 5 years of root. And you know, it's crazy that it was such a small thing that he had to do differently, a small change. And I asked him too, like, you know, this is like maybe like months after. Actually, I think it might have been this year in January. I'm like, so if you did not come to this team house in 2023, do you think you would have actually ventured into trying out the market orders? And he's like, man, I don't know if I would have ever like changed it up, you know? And maybe he would have through some, you know, maybe seeing some video or maybe checking in the chat room enough times to just say, let me try this thing out. But he's like, man, it's possible that he, you know, may not have made that change, right? So you got to try different things, switch it up a little bit from time to time. Doesn't mean you have to change strategy per se. And even that could make sense depending on where you are, right? But small tweaks, small adjustments, I think that can definitely, you know, help people out. Because if you figure it out, and when you figure it out, You can be free from free from the I'm thinking about what word to use here. Free from the absolute depths of the system that we're in, which seems like you have to work every day till you die. And of course, this depends on your career, your level of income, the skill and education you might have. These are all factors. But it seems like the way how things are trending, you have to work more and for longer. Less and less people are able to retire. You have to have a really nice income at a really good company with excellent benefits. If not, it's this bit of a rat race. WFF, I think, is continuation. This name seems a little familiar. I definitely say to be careful if you're trading it. I'll watch it from the sidelines, but I'm not going to get involved. I'm already finished. Just kind of ranting a bit. It's a $14 stock. There's 100,000 shares of volume. There could be an increase in volume on the resumption, being that it's hitting the halt scanner. But be careful of big spreads and a wide range. So this is how they ended up calling me the pastor, is that I started, once upon a time ago, at the end of every single live stream for like a year straight, I would have a side conversation and it would be mostly motivation. Some people love it. Some people, will kind of head out if they're still trading. I understand that maybe it could be a little distracting depending on if you're really actively dialing in. Some people like it. They'll stick around and still trade. Yeah, Big Steve, I was connecting, man. I was connecting, brother. We're connected on most of the move except the break of 5. WFF. There's 3 minutes to that resumption. Okay, I'm gonna shut it down once this one resumes and kind of, I'll shut it down there. I think in the next 5 minutes. It'll be breakfast time here. I think for me though, I definitely have to be a little bit more proactive and continue to be better at the lows. These type of situations really make you realize your habits, and it's like it's so simple. It is so simple, really, and at times it can be difficult to do simple things, right? Which is what the market makes you realize. There are sometimes variables, and then that can lead to you not committing all the way all the time. So half the traders, this is what I'll say, half the traders that I know, they're like behind on their pace from last year. And then the other half are still on pace. Half the traders I know are behind. The other half are still on schedule. What that tells me is that there's opportunities. There's still opportunities to be had if we continue to pay attention, study, improve, and 50 seconds to resumption. Momo Pro in the building. Man, I got slaughtered today, down 3,000 in the depths. So I heard Momo Pro have some new updates, man. I got to check it out. Because if Momo Pro is to surpass this other scanner here, then maybe it's back in business, right? Back in business. But yeah, shout out to Momo Pro. You guys know I that's for the time I used the scanner there, I did enjoy it. And the team over there is a good team too. Good people. There's the resumption for WFF for those of you looking at it. The spreads are not that bad. 16, 15 cent spreads. 13. Will it hold 13? Potential entries. Not bad, but okay. But only 60. But that's not bad though. That's about a 50-cent trade there. Lower volume. It doesn't look like there's a lot of volume. $14.60 for the halt up. Yeah, I gotta check out those updates. I haven't looked at them yet for the scanner. Time is 11:43. It's halted up again. That was a setup where I would have done well. We had a low of 12.89 and then a red to green. I would have sold though at 60. I don't think I would have been holding into the halt up here. I guess in the grand scheme here, bigger picture, there's definitely opportunities for longer hold trades. But I'm gonna get going here. I think it's time to shut it down. It's time for some breakfast. Skip breakfast today. All right, take care. Stay safe. Stay green. If you're going till 4, going the distance, stay disciplined. Stay patient. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Long day today. 7 a.m. start. 7 a.m. to 12 almost. All right. Tomorrow, bright and early once again.